issues that truly matter. Provide them the wisdom to meet needs, solve problems, and lift burdens. May the talents possessed by the members of this legislative body help in the awesome task of making our nation and world better. Lord, to those who are given the responsibility of seeking the ways of peace, empower them with creative stamina equal to this difficult task. We pray in your amazing name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands for, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You're very kind, lady. God bless you. You have a moment to take a chair. Yeah. Under the previous order, the leadership's time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will read.
Nomination, Department of Labor, Lori Chavez DeRemer of Oregon to be Secretary.
Senator from Iowa.
For my colleagues who are protectionists, I think that when it comes to the issue of trade, we need less of Peter Navarro and more of Adam Smith. I think the certainty that comes with trade policy will benefit our economy the most. Hopefully, we don't have a government shutdown this week. I want my colleagues to remember that it costs money to shut down the government, costs money to open the government up. There's even some money being wasted this week as bureaucrats plan for a possible shutdown. And the government is supposed to be service for the American people, and you can't serve the American people if government is not functioning. I would also like to address my colleagues to remind them of the genocide of the 1990s in the Western Balkan region of the world, and of the Dayton Peace Accords of 1995 that brought an end to that genocide. For years, the leaders of the Serb entity within the country of Bosnia, Mr. Dodik, I think it's pronounced, has been threatening to have the Serb part secede. Remember that there was a war and a genocide in the 1990s because of people like Mr. Dodik acting like he is now. He has a predecessor serving life in prison for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Many Bosnians who suffered from that terrible ethnic violence came to Iowa for protection and have enriched our state and nation. Many of these Iowans have friends and family still in Bosnia. I spoke to some of them last Friday about an escalating crisis with frightening echoes of the great violence of the 1990s. Mr. Dodik was sentenced by a Bosnian court for unconstitutional actions that reject the authority of Bosnian state institutions. So, rather than stop, he chose to double down. The Bosnian Serb Assembly has now passed and implemented laws prohibiting the functioning of Bosnian state-level security and judicial institutions in that area. Provincial institutions there have been ordered to use force to stop and prevent the lawful actions and operations of a Bosnian state. Bosnians who are loyal to their country or who these ethnic separatists do not consider Serbs, those people are at risk, including family members of my fellow Iowans. This concerns me greatly. Now, the United States, through Secretary Rubio, is taking some action, making it clear that it is also of great concern to the Trump administration. Western Balkan stability has been a U.S. priority across administrations: Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump 1, Biden, and now Trump again. I'm following this situation very closely. America is also watching who in the region is supporting stability and who is backing the return to ethnic separatism and the possible genocide that could once again happen. Remember, it didn't end well for those same people in the 1990s. I will work with the Trump administration to make sure that we keep up the pressure on Mr. Dodik and his allies to stop and respect the Dayton Peace Accords that ended this violence in 1995. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, last week the Washington Examiner published an article highlighting Democrats' third filibuster of this new Congress. That's right. You heard it. Third. The party that mere months ago, literally, was gleefully making plans to destroy the filibuster is now using the filibuster left and right. But as we know, for Democrats, it's one rule for me, another for thee. And as the Washington Examiner piece made clear, some Democrats are even embracing their hypocrisy. You use the rules that exist, one Democrat said. I might advocate for a higher speed limit, but I still observe the speed limit until it's changed. Well, okay, Mr. President, but are Democrats still crusading to abolish the filibuster while Republicans are in charge? The answer is, of course not. Because abolishing the filibuster isn't about principle for Democrats. It's about political advantage. So Democrats will unashamedly support different rules depending on who's in charge. Now, Mr. President, I could spend my whole time today talking about Democrats' rank hypocrisy when it comes to the filibuster. But I also like to talk about the content of the bills that they filibustered and what that says about the Democrat Party. Mr. President, in a few short weeks of this new Congress, Democrats have filibustered 3 bills. The Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, the Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act, otherwise known as the ICC Sanctions Bill, and the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. The Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act was a simple bill. It simply stated that a baby born alive after an attempted abortion must be given the same protection and medical care that any other newborn baby would be given. That's it. You would assume such a bill would be entirely uncontroversial. Democrats may not believe in protecting unborn human beings, but surely they still believe in protecting born human beings. But as it turns out, protecting born human beings, at least when they're born alive after an abortion, is not on the Democrats' priority list. In fact, every Democrat in the Senate, every Democrat, without exception, voted against this bill. And I'm afraid the sad truth, Mr. President, is that Democrats are so deeply concerned with preserving the supposed right to kill unborn babies, they couldn't bring themselves to protect born babies, for fear that it would eventually lead to recognizing the humanity of the unborn. And all I can say, Mr. President, is that a party that is so committed to killing unborn babies that it can't vote to protect born babies is nothing short of morally bankrupt. So that was the first bill that Democrats filibustered. The next was the ICC Sanctions Bill, and that was another straightforward bill, Mr. President. It would have sanctioned foreign individuals who are involved in international criminal court efforts to investigate, arrest, or prosecute U.S. citizens or citizens of U.S. allies that are not party to the ICC, or the International Criminal Court. The bill was a response to the ICC's decision to pursue warrants for Israeli officials. And it was also designed to protect Americans, and American soldiers in particular, who've been targeted by the ICC in the past. But once again, Senate Democrats, with one lone exception, found themselves incapable of taking a stand. Now, I'm not sure if it was anti-Israel animus, or if they were afraid of antagonizing the anti-Israel wing of their party, or if they're simply too beholden to big tech, which lodged some tenuous concerns about this legislation. But for whatever reason, Democrats filibustered the bill. And in doing so, they not only failed to rebuke the ICC for its illegitimate targeting of Israeli leaders, but they failed to protect U.S. citizens. Mr. President, the third bill the Democrats filibustered, and filibustered just this past week, I might add, was the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. This legislation was designed to restore the original intent of Title IX, which is giving women equal opportunities in education by ensuring that women and girls only, are permitted to play in women's sports at federally funded educational institutions. The bill, of course, is a response to the growing problem of women's sports being invaded by biological males. And I want to quote for you something from an August 2024, this is United Nations report. Just last August, report from the United Nations on violence against women and girls, and it noted, and I quote, "The replacement of the female sports category with a mixed-sex category has resulted in an increasing number of female athletes losing opportunities, including medals, when competing against males. According to information received by March 30th of 2024, over 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions have lost more than 890 medals in 29 different sports," end quote. Over 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions have lost more than 890 medals in 29 different sports. That a quote, Mr. President, out of the United Nations report on violence against women and girls coming in August of last year. Mr. President, it's not even remotely fair. Girls should not be having to compete in races that are stacked against them. Women deserve their own athletic opportunities, opportunities that are not taken away from them by biological males who have their own spaces in which to compete. But try explaining that to Democrats. Democrats like to portray themselves as leading the charge on women's issues. But not one Democrat, not one, could bring himself or herself to vote in support of women and girls. Biological males, not women, got Democrat support last Monday. Well, apparently, Democrats' commitment to equal opportunity for women only runs so deep and quickly falls by the wayside when the left demands adherence to some new ideology. Mr. President, the outcome of the 2024 presidential election was partially rebuke of far-left dogmas and ideologies. But apparently, Democrats have learned nothing from that electoral rebuke. Today, Mr. President, the supposed party of the little guy, the underdog, the disadvantaged, has become a party willing to sacrifice born human beings to abortion extremism and equality for women and girls on the altar of transgender ideology. I have to say, Mr. President, it is no wonder that the American people rejected them in November of 2024. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Salsa Brooks.
President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, last week I came to the floor to debunk some of our Democratic colleagues' myths, disinformation, mistaken information about the work of Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency. You know, Ronald Reagan liked to say facts are stubborn things. And it's important to talk about the facts because hopefully, even in Washington, D.C., we can agree on the basic facts. We may have some different interpretation, different policy preferences, but facts are facts are facts. Well, today I want to do the same thing about Republican efforts to extend the upcoming expiration of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, or what is sometimes called the Trump tax cuts, through the budget reconciliation process. Now, I don't blame the American people or anybody else from listening to all of the process we talk about and just their eyes glazing over and just tuning us out. But the truth is this, because if we don't extend the expiring provisions of this tax bill that we passed back in 2017 during President Trump's first term, a vast majority of the American people will experience a tax increase. And that, of course, is on top of 40-year high inflation during the Biden administration. So, you know, I guess nobody likes to talk about taxes because on one hand, people say, well, people need to keep more of their hard-earned money. On the left, what they like to say is you're giving billionaires a tax cut and leaving average wage earners and working families high and dry. And the truth is, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act bill that we passed in 2017, the individual rates that will expire at the end of this year, if we don't continue the current policy using the budget reconciliation process, 62% of American taxpayers will experience a tax increase. That's not just millionaires and billionaires. That's everybody across the income spectrum. Well, on the left, our Democratic colleagues, some of them have been claiming that extending these tax cut provisions, as I said, will benefit the very rich at the expense of the rest of us. Our colleague from Massachusetts, Senator Markey, said, quote, instead of fighting for working people, Trump is selling them out to give billionaires tax breaks. There they go again. And to no surprise, our colleague from Vermont, Senator Sanders, accused President Trump and Elon Musk of being oligarchs. Oligarchs. He went on to say, and I quote, the oligarchs, that's the very rich people who've accumulated massive wealth primarily in Russia and in Europe. But he said the oligarchs with their tremendous resources are waging a war on working class of this country. The needs, the concerns, the ideas, the dreams of ordinary people are simply an impediment to what they, the oligarchs, are entitled to. Well, this accusation, if true, would be serious. But it's not true. Representative Neal from Massachusetts on the other side of the Capitol went so far as to describe the Trump tax cuts as reverse Robin Hood scam. And the list goes on and on and on and on. It's almost as if there is a concerted or orchestrated effort to use disinformation and propaganda to try to prejudice the American people against what it is we need to do in order to avoid this huge tax increase on the vast majority of Americans. But let's set aside for a moment the fact that President Trump won this last election, promising to do what? Well, to extend the tax cuts that passed in 2017. We know before COVID hit, our economy was hitting on all cylinders. All cohorts of the population, African Americans, Hispanics, everyday working Americans were experiencing record high levels of employment, and the economy was the best it's been in my lifetime. Well, we know what happened these last 4 years. We know that Biden economics, or Bidenomics as they like to call it, I don't know why in the world President Biden embraced the name Biden economics, because it was associated with just so much misery and pain and a reduced standard of living by average working class families across the country. But we know that inflation, again, the 40-year high inflation that we have experienced in the last few years, has a disproportionate effect on low-income families. Now, that's no surprise, because your purchasing power, if you're on a fixed income or if you're just getting by paycheck to paycheck, the more inflation goes up, the more everything you buy costs. And households across the spectrum are affected. We've seen that with our own eyes, and in fact, I believe that was one of the reasons President Trump was reelected in 2024. Well, when you spend a higher percentage of your paycheck on necessities, you have less of a cushion as prices increase. It's just common sense. Now, to add insult to injury, what did our Democratic colleagues do when they were in the majority in response to this massive inflation, which was the direct result of their policies? Well, they poured gasoline on the fire of inflation by using reconciliation to pass something called the Inflation Reduction Act. Well, hold that thought for a minute, because the Inflation Reduction Act, even at the time it passed, was evaluated and calculated not to reduce inflation. So again, this is deception, really, at the outset, claiming that this Inflation Reduction Act maybe would have a negative impact on inflation. But President Biden himself later admitted it, quote, has less to do with reducing inflation, close quote. That's what President Biden said, and was full of even more spending. Well, Milton Friedman, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, would say the main cause of inflation is too much spending. You flood the economy with more dollars, and naturally the price of everything tends to go up. And you don't need a PhD economist like Dr. Larry Summers, who was probably the most prominent Democratic economist in our country, to tell anyone, and especially not the President of the United States, that the answer to runaway inflation is not more government spending. But that's exactly what the Inflation Reduction Act did. But that's not all. Not only did the Inflation Reduction Act do nothing for inflation, it actually did what Democrats have wrongly accused Republicans of doing. It benefited high earners at the expense of ordinary Americans. You don't have to take my word for it, just look at the data, look at the facts. By some estimates, the Inflation Reduction Act's electric vehicle and charging infrastructure provisions are projected to cost $180 billion over the next decade. The average cost of an electric vehicle is nearly $7,000 more than an internal combustion engine in 2023. So most working class families, rather than pay $7,000 more for an electric vehicle, assuming they wanted an electric vehicle, have opted for the lower price internal combustion engine. And so the ones that were taking advantage of the subsidy of $7,500 if you bought an EV were wealthy people by definition. So our Democratic colleagues, contrary to their propaganda and misinformation, have been the ones that have providing your hard-earned dollars to subsidize wealthy people to buy luxury items like an electric vehicle. Households that earn more than $200,000 reportedly represent 42.6% of electric vehicle sales. So people who make more than $200,000 a year, that's 42.6% of electric vehicle sales. while those earning between $100,000 and $200,000 represented 32.9%. So, if anything deserves to be called reverse Robin Hood, it would be Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act. Given the inflationary and regressive policies that the Democrats promoted during the last 4 years, it's ironic, and maybe even you would say laughable, to hear them accuse Republicans of being disconnected from everyday Americans. The reason why Republicans won the majority in both houses and President Trump was reelected is because he connected with the concerns of everyday Americans, and particularly their concerns about the overspending and inflation, not to mention the border. So our Democratic colleagues really don't have legs to stand on when it comes to the facts. Failing to extend the Trump tax cuts would mean, this is according to the Wall Street Journal, that 62% of Americans would see a tax increase in 2026. On the other hand, extending the tax cuts would result in a 3.4% increase in after-tax income in 2026 by some estimates. In the 2 years after President Trump signed his tax cuts into law, median household income grew by $5,000. That's more money to spend on the necessities of life. And in the same period, real wages grew by nearly 5%. Again, Madam President, those are the facts. You would think that the facts would be something we could agree on, and then we can talk about policies. But unfortunately, our Democratic colleagues seem to gloss right over those facts while making wild accusations, which frankly are way off the mark. Contrast this with President Biden's policy, slapping working families with an effective pay cut. With higher prices for food, gasoline, and other necessities, inflation-adjusted disposable income per capita during the Biden presidency went down 7.7%. No wonder people felt squeezed, particularly if you were relatively modest income or you were senior on a fixed income. Your purchasing power went down 7.7%. The stark reality and the fact is, if Congress fails to extend the Trump tax cuts that expire at the end of this year, the average family of four making $75,000 a year will face a $1,500 tax increase next year. Working families will see the child tax credit cut in half. So the facts are pretty obvious, as plain as the nose on your face. Extending the Trump tax cuts will actually benefit working families, and doing nothing, which is what our Democratic colleagues seem to want, will make them worse off. In the end of the day, we work for the people we represent in our respective states, and certainly the voters in Alabama and Texas and in the majority of the country have made their preference clear. President Trump campaigned on extending these tax cuts. Republicans in the House and the Senate did the same, and we were rewarded with majorities in both houses and President Trump with being reelected to the White House. Working families in Texas and across the country voted for the president and the political party who they thought would benefit them the most, especially their pocketbooks and their standard of living. And they voted resoundingly for President Trump and congressional Republicans. So it's simply not true to say that Republicans are somehow out of touch with the voters that gave us the majority in both houses and President Trump reelected to the White House. I know our Democratic colleagues are angry. They don't like being in the minority. It's not a lot of fun, but there's a reason, and they still haven't learned that the policies they promoted and that they sold to the American people were rejected on November the 5th. So sometimes, as Ronald Reagan liked to say, again, facts are stubborn things. So I would invite our colleagues across the aisle to look at the facts and maybe look in the mirror and say, what we were doing didn't work out so well, so maybe we ought to work with Republicans to change our policies. The American people simply cannot afford a tax increase on top of 40-year high inflation. I look forward to working with my Republican colleagues in the House and the Senate to deliver by extending the Trump tax cuts and to make life better for working families in Texas and across the country. And I would invite our Democratic colleagues to join us if they will. I'm not sure they're there yet. They're still pretty angry. They're still pretty upset. They're still, what do they call it? They call it the resistance. They are the party of the resistance. Well, right now they're resisting what's best for the American people, and that's a bad place to be. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Hawaii.
Madam President, I request unanimous consent that Robert Goldman, Nicholas...
We're in a quorum call.
the magic words. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, I request unanimous consent that Robert Goldman, Nicholas Kikuta, and Jordan Foley, fellows in my office, be granted floor privileges through December 31st, 2025.
Objection.
Madam President, since 1996, we have recognized March 10 as Abortion Providers Appreciation Day. I rise today, therefore, in gratitude for the doctors and healthcare professionals who bravely continue to provide necessary care despite attacks on reproductive rights and abortion providers. To express gratitude for the hard work and commitment of abortion providers and their staff across the country, and in remembrance for those providers tragically lost to extreme anti-abortion violence, providers like Dr. David Gunn. On this day, 32 years ago, Dr. Gunn, a dedicated medical professional, was murdered while walking into the clinic where he worked. Dr. Gunn was targeted by an anti-abortion extremist for simply doing his job, providing crucial, life-saving care to his patients. Tragically, this kind of violence against abortion providers, patients, and clinics has only increased over the years since his murder, and even before. Since the 1970s, there have been at least 11 murders, 42 bombings, 531 assaults, and thousands of other criminal incidents against innocent people, doctors, patients, and staff, simply providing or receiving necessary reproductive care. Congress enacted the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act in 1994, more than 30 years ago, to prevent this kind of violence at our reproductive health care centers and clinics, and the Justice Department prosecuted people who violated this law. Rather than supporting this law, within days of being sworn in office as President Trump pardoned 23 anti-abortion extremists incarcerated for violating the law. Moreover, his Department of Justice announced they would stop prosecuting most cases under this law. As the Trump administration is taking steps to dismantle safe, licensed clinics that provide quality, life-saving reproductive care, Republicans are also working to fund unregulated anti-abortion centers or crisis pregnancy centers nationwide. Earlier this year, Missouri Republicans introduced a bill that would let their taxpayers take 100% deduction on state income taxes for donations to crisis pregnancy centers. Essentially, in Missouri, they want to redirect funding from critical state services to these so-called crisis pregnancy centers that spread dangerous misinformation while doing very little to actually help women seeking fact-based medical counseling. Republicans aren't trying to help women. They're attacking fundamental health care and emboldening violent anti-abortion extremists by not prosecuting violations short of murder, effectively eliminating any serious consequences for those who attack, threaten, or intimidate innocent people in reproductive health care spaces, patients and providers alike. Democrats, on the other hand, remain committed to protecting abortion access and protecting the professionals who provide it were legal. Today, on Abortion Provider Appreciation Day, we remember Dr. David Gunn and all those killed and targeted by senseless acts of anti-abortion violence. And we honor the bravery of abortion providers across our country. These providers, their staff, counselors, continue to provide essential care despite the threats they face. While Republicans work to ban abortion nationwide, we Democrats reaffirm our commitment to protecting and strengthening reproductive rights for all. To abortion providers in Hawaii and across the country, mahalo for your critical, courageous work. Madam President, I yield.
The senator from Hawaii. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The senator from North Dakota.
Madam President, I ask to initiate the quorum call.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Corning. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, McCormick, Moreno, Ossoff, Rounds, Shaheen, Sheehy, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Duckworth, Durbin, Heinrich, Kim, Lujan, McConnell, Murphy, Paul, Wyden. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Lee, aye.
So I'm not really sure what they're up to, but.
Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. King, no.
Are you upset?
Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. When you- Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Peters, aye.
In this vote, the yeas are 67, the nays are 32, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session and resume consideration of the motion to proceed S-331, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 18, S-331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Under the previous order, the question occurs on the motion to proceed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 18, S-331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I call up Grassley Amendment number 1237.
The clerk will report.
Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, for Mr. Grassley, proposes an amendment number 1237.
Mr. President, I ask that the reading be dispensed with,
Without objection,
and I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 31.
questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Executive Office of the President, Stephen Moran of New York to be Chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Stephen Moran of New York to be Chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 34.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Labor, Keith Sonderling of Florida to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Keith Sonderling of Florida to be Deputy Secretary of Labor, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Yield the floor, because Maria's next.
Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, with great honor, I stand before you. As you know, I've been in this chamber for 10 weeks, and it's one of the greatest honors of my life to represent the people of Ohio here in the United States Senate. It's especially an honor because I wasn't born in this country. I was born in Bogota, Colombia. My mom and dad moved myself, my sister, and my 5 brothers to America to find a different opportunity, a better opportunity. We are part of a long line of immigrants that have come to this country to make this country stronger and to make this country better and to live our version of the American dream. We know what happened, Mr. President, over the last 4 years at our southern border. It was a total and complete disgrace. It's a disgrace not just because of the unlimited amount of people that came into this country, almost 10 million encounters over a 4-year period, but it's a disgrace because that's not how we should welcome people to this nation. We should not have people who want to come to America pay a drug cartel to smuggle them across Mexico, raped along the way, beaten along the way, every last cent that they have robbed from them and their families, and then smuggled into the country, and then charged even more money when they think the journey's over. In some cases, the people come into the interior of the country and have to pay back enormous sums of money so that cartel members don't come into the country and find them and kill them or kill their family members back home. That's no way to have people come to this country. Now, if you look at this chart, it's a very famous chart because President Trump referred to it at his rally. You can see immigration is not a new issue in this country. We've had a problem for a long, long time. President Trump took office, and he put in place right here an executive order. And what that executive order did is it said, hey, you can only claim asylum at a legal port of entry. So if you cross the river, if you scale a wall, if you go through a tunnel, you can't claim asylum once you get to the other side. Because as we know, asylum is for refugees, people who are fleeing dangerous situations because of their race, their religion, or their political beliefs. So when he put that in place, look what happened, Mr. President. A total collapse of border encounters. Now, President Trump left office. Joe Biden rescinded that executive order, and we saw what happened. Massive spike in illegal crossings, devastating our Border Patrol agents. Our Border Patrol agents were totally outmanned. They were completely overwhelmed and unable to do their jobs. Now, in a political season, Joe Biden put in place the exact same executive order. What did that executive order say? You can only claim asylum at a legal port of entry. If you enter through a non-designated port of entry, you're immediately returned. And look what happened. Another massive drop. Now here, President Trump took office and is now actively returning anybody who comes through in a non-designated port of entry. And we're down to 8,326 border crossings in 1 month. At the peak of Biden, that number was almost 350,000. We didn't have to pass a law. We didn't have to hire new Border Patrol agents. We didn't need new equipment. We honestly didn't even need more wall. We needed better policy. Mr. President, I campaigned to run for the United States Senate for 2 years. And during that 2-year period of time, I drove to every corner of my incredible state. I drove to every corner of Ohio. And to a man or a woman, the voters would tell me, please go down to Washington, D.C. and do something. The American people want to have faith and confidence that their leaders are actually able to come together and accomplish legislation that's purely common sense. So I present to you, Mr. President, today, a very simple bill. Very simple bill. We don't have to boil the ocean. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's very simple. It says, if you're an asylum seeker, you must file a claim for asylum at a legal port of entry. If you're going to come to America and you're seeking asylum, do it at a legal port of entry. No release of asylum applicants into the interior of the country. We're going to follow the law. We're going to have them wait in the prior country, and in 180 days, which is currently the law, which is being violated, sometimes it's 5 or 6 years, but they wait until their asylum claim is heard. There's no second chance. Once we've identified that you have a fake asylum claim, then you can no longer claim asylum ever again. And anyone who entered the U.S. illegally is banned from claiming asylum. We welcome people in our homes every day. We don't let people break through our windows to come see us, because that's insane. Now, I know that my Democrat colleagues are in a mode where they want to fight everything that we're doing, Mr. President, but we should at least come together on this. And as I look over at my Democrat colleague, there's only two of us in this entire chamber that are naturalized U.S. citizens. We know firsthand what it means to be able to be accepted by this country. 98 were born here, 2 of us were not. We became citizens of this country, and we got the ultimate opportunity to represent this country in the United States Senate. Let's come together one time and show the American people we don't have to fight about everything. We can actually accomplish common sense legislation. Let's put in code. Let's put in legislation those executive orders that not once, not twice, but 3 times has been proven to reduce border encounters. I can't imagine that my Democrat colleagues will fight this. And I hope, as somebody who's been here for 10 weeks, as opposed to my colleagues, some of them have been here for 2 or 3 decades, fail to understand that the American people are watching. The American people want to have a Senate and a House and a government that can actually do something that matters a lot to them. So I will yield to my Democrat colleague from Hawaii, and I implore you, let's show leadership together, you and I. Let's show this leadership and get a very, very simple bill accomplished. And I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S-200 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, I ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. My colleague claims that this bill will reform our broken asylum system. As the other naturalized citizen in this body, I object. And we actually passed comprehensive immigration reform out of this Senate in 2013. And I was one of the senators who worked on that bipartisan bill. But when the bill got to the House, it didn't pass. So we are here once again. And more recently, there was a bipartisan immigration bill that was about to be brought to the Senate, and everything was set to go until the current president decided that he would much rather this issue continue to not be addressed. So there you go. We can all agree that our immigration and asylum systems need reforms, but I have serious concerns about this legislation. My colleague has stated that this bill is intended to prevent those who come to the United States in between ports of entry from applying for asylum. But as it is drafted, this bill eliminates the section of the law that allows people present in the United States to apply for asylum. This means that it would prevent anyone, even those who have lawful status, from applying inside the United States. Instead, they would have to travel to a port of entry. This bill would also require that anyone, including families seeking asylum at a port of entry, be arrested and held in custody for the entire time their request is pending, and it could take quite a long time, using taxpayer money to detain them. I certainly agree with my colleague that we need to do more to address our immigration court backlog, which includes many asylum cases, and improve our asylum system. But this legislation would not address these concerns. Let me give you an example. This bill would prevent a Ukrainian fleeing Russian aggression who entered lawfully from applying for asylum from within the United States. It would force them to travel with their families to a port of entry to apply for asylum. They would then be detained with their children while they wait for their application to be processed. These are individuals who have work permits and are contributing to our economy and society every day. They came here lawfully. How does making them leave and seek asylum at a port of entry improve our system? It doesn't. Here's the reality. This bill and the recent actions by the Trump administration are not focused on truly addressing problems with our asylum system. If the Trump administration was serious about improving our asylum system, why did they recently fire nearly 24 impartial immigration judges without cause or notice? They fired military veterans and expert judges who had experience processing immigration cases effectively. With a backlog of over 3.6 million immigration cases, you heard me right, 3.6 million immigration cases, we need more immigration judges, not less. But the current leadership at the Executive Office of Immigration Review, which oversees immigration courts, has said they plan to fire more judges. Exactly the wrong thing to do. This is no way to address our broken immigration system. I urge you Republicans to set aside this misguided bill and to stop taking a chainsaw to our federal workforce, including immigration judges. Believe me, this chainsaw approach to what is going on in our federal government, if the administration wanted to create fear and chaos, if that is their aim, they are succeeding mightily. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us in good faith to work on the truly comprehensive bipartisan immigration reforms we so desperately need. For these reasons, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President,
The senator from Ohio.
if I could just go back and just reiterate a couple points for my colleague. The executive order went in, border crossings dropped. President Biden put in place the exact same executive order that in effect is this exact legislation. Border crossings dropped. I have a question. I'm confused by my colleague's explanation about the Ukrainian refugees. If they're coming from Ukraine and they're entering through a legal port of entry, that's when they would claim asylum. I don't think we have a scenario where we're asking Americans or legal residents to apply for asylum. Because if you're already in the interior of the country, that decision was already made. So if you're the Ukrainian family that you talked about, well, you claim asylum at the legal port of entry. The law says, which we're not following, this body refuses to enforce its own laws, is that we'll adjudicate that claim in 180 days. I absolutely never said they would be arrested. In fact, nothing in this bill mentions being arrested. What it says is they must wait in the prior safe country. So in the case of Ukraine, they can go to France, apply for asylum there, wait 180 days, and then we'll welcome them with open arms to America. The right way, the legal way. I hope my colleague is not hoping for a scenario where that Ukrainian family goes to Mexico City, pays a drug cartel member a few $1,000s and gets smuggled across the border, across a river with a family where the children, who knows what can happen to them. That's how you want refugees to come to this country? That doesn't even make any sense. There's nobody being arrested by this bill. There's nobody being detained by this bill. It's exactly the opposite. We're asking the refugee to wait in the prior safe country for 180 days, which is the law, and then once your claim is adjudicated, we welcome you with open arms. My colleague mentioned that there's 3.6 million cases backlog. That's true. It's a stunning and shameful number. What she doesn't mention is that 90+% of those cases, a judge rules once they get to it in 5 or 6 or 7 years that it's an invalid asylum claim. Doesn't mean that they're not economic migrants. Doesn't mean that there's somebody who may want to come to this country. But they're people who are clearly not refugees. Not my thoughts, the thoughts of immigration judges that are making this decision over and over again. But only in Washington, D.C. Only when you've been here so long that your head can't see straight. Do you think it's a better idea to have unlimited amounts of fake asylum claims? And the way you handle that, instead of changing the law, is to hire thousands of more judges to give the answer you already know? To waste taxpayer dollars that way? You know, that my colleagues talk about Republicans being on the side of billionaires. You know what billionaires the Democrats have created? The drug cartel members that are making billions of dollars smuggling people. I went to a border crossing in Del Rio, Texas. The Border Patrol agents let me come right to the edge of the river. I saw 4 people come across, 2 men, 2 women. The minute they landed, they got on their knees and said, "Asilo, asilo," which is asylum in Spanish. I asked them if they knew what that meant. They said no, but that's what the drug cartel had told them to say the minute they landed in America. They're not refugees. Why are you making those Ukrainian families wait behind economic migrants claiming fake asylum claims? Look, this is what's wrong with Washington, D.C. This is an easy, obvious fix. The data proves it out. You put that law in place, border crossings drop. Trump, they put the exact executive order in place. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. On CBS just yesterday, Face the Nation. Wake up on a beautiful Sunday and turn on Face the Nation. Margaret Brennan asked Congressman Zawazi, I apologize if I pronounce his name wrong. Margaret Brennan says to the congressman, illegal border crossings, as we just discussed, they are at a historic low. President Trump made that point when he was addressing Congress this week. Was he right that he didn't need to wait for Congress? We didn't need comprehensive immigration reform. Was he right that it really was messaging for the White House beyond? This is what a Democrat from New York says. Well, obviously, keyword obviously, we've seen a reduction in crossings. Why is it obvious? Because we know this works. We know that if we make asylum only at a legal port of entry, 180 days to process, can't claim it if you cross illegally. We know, obviously, his words. Well, obviously, we've seen a reduction in crossings. We saw it under Biden at the end of his administration, after he did his executive order to say no asylum applications are between ports of entry. But we need to make it permanent law. Democrat member of the House of Representatives, we need to make it permanent law. I guess after 10 weeks in the United States Senate, I should expect that everything has to be hard. Everything has to be a battle. But I can tell you, people all over this country, the people who don't watch C-SPAN 24/7, the people that don't go on X and read every last debate between their elected members, they're just regular Americans that want to enjoy their lives, pay taxes, cannot understand why we can't come together on something so incredibly simple, so easy. Democrat president did it. Republican president did it. It works. This is not theoretical. And to my colleague, I don't want those Ukrainian refugees waiting behind millions of economic migrants. It's not fair to them. Why would we do that? I yield back.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I hear my colleague acknowledging that the asylum system is broken. My objections remain.
The senator from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S-200 and the bill be placed on the legislative calendar.
Is there an objection? The senator from Hawaii.
Reserving the right to object. For the reasons previously stated, I object.
The objection is heard.
So I start here. Mr. President,
The senator from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I understand that there's a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S924, making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2025, and for other purposes.
Mr. President,
The senator from Ohio.
I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
The objection is heard. The bill will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President,
The senator from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate completes its business today and stand in recess until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 11th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and that the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar number 26. Further, that at 11:45 a.m., the Senate vote on cloture on the Bradbury nomination, and that following the cloture vote, the Senate recess until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings, and that at 2:15 p.m., if cloture is invoked, the Senate vote on confirmation of the Bradbury nomination, followed by cloture of the Slater nomination. Further, that if cloture is invoked on the Slater nomination, that all time be expired and the Senate vote on confirmation at 5:15 p.m. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's sessions, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand in recess under the previous order. I ask unanimous consent. Oh, sorry.
The Senate stands in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow.